welcome back. This is day 3 of the M.E.L Rebooted 7-day streaming event. We are ready for more revision work. So I'll go ahead and put a banner up. What are you working on today? So yesterday I was able to get all the way to chapter 4. Which contains bits of the original chapter 4 and mostly bits of chapter 5 from my original manuscript. So that's what I'm working on now. Hey, Jennifer, day 3. I can't stay long, but I'm going for a 7-day streak. Ooh, cool. You can do it. Yeah, it is hard 7 days straight. And I know not everyone will be able to make it because most people are working and stuff right now. I just have the week off, which is why I decided to do this. But yeah, that's awesome. I think you can do it. I think we can do the streak of 7 days, having said you were there all 7 days. Oh gosh. Are you working on anything right now? So today's main subject is going to be main characters. So we're going to talk a little bit about main characters. One of the first questions for chat is going to be, like, if you had to pitch your character, your main character, to a marketing team, how would you do so? For me, my main character has gone through a lot of changes. So, like, figuring out how to pitch him now would be interesting, and I'll have to think about that one for the next break after our first sprint. But my main character went through a ton of changes. Originally, my main character for the current work, Project Clockwork, originally that character was a young woman in her teens, actually, and she was... the story was more whimsical based. It was not sci-fi originally. So it was more of like a fantasy, like dropping into a fantasy world kind of story. I wrote it very, very fast, so there wasn't a ton of thought in it. But then when I did the rewrite, her didn't feel right. And neither did any of the original trappings of the main character. About the only thing that remained the same is that the main character did have a slight problem with a little bit of anxiety, but not as much that that's like a major theme. But yeah, my character now is non-binary and goes by they, them, and that feels correct. Any like intricacies on that, I couldn't tell you because it doesn't come up. The main character's identity isn't like a massive part of it. But the idea of knowing who you are to a certain extent is, I don't know, it's kind of complicated, but I have to think about like how I would pitch my character. That like, that's a question that I also have to answer. Like if I needed to describe my character now, the current Alex is dedicated. Alex, even though they are afraid of certain things, they do not let that stop them from moving forward. They are sympathetic to a point, but also feel really out of place with most people because they didn't have a general, like a normal upbringing. So they don't feel connected to a lot of people because they feel like everyone can see that they aren't normal. So they're a little self-conscious. But yeah, Jennifer, I am revising at the moment, hoping to get the scene done. Yes. Speaking of revision work, we are going to go ahead and jump into our very first round. So we're going to add this to stream, and we're going to go ahead and do our very first 25-minute sprint. And I will have a question that I'll post to chat. So let's go ahead and get some writing done. All right, so we are back. Hi, I hope you guys were able to get some stuff done. I know I definitely did. I am getting closer to scene 3. So I went through scene 1 already, and I'm at the tail end of scene 2. I'm elongating it a little bit. It was a little short. So I hope that was good. Jennifer, my MC is sort of an anti-chosen one. Odd numbers are bad omens in this world, and he's the third triplet the queen gave birth to, so he's being blamed for a lot of struggles the country has. Wow, that's really interesting. So I wonder what he can, like, is he trying to fight against something particular, or is he just trying to live his life? Poor guy. That sucks. But that's interesting. Anti-chosen one. I well prefer anti-chosen ones over the chosen one trope. That's for sure. I think if I had to like try to pitch my main character being a little stubborn but very loyal. When they say they will do something, they do it. Very dedicated. Has a little bit of anxiety and fear. Generally pushes through it, but has a fear of trusting or relying on people and asking for help. They need to find and save a survivor on a ship, but doing so means that they have to face all of the decisions they have made, both good and bad. So that's my main character. But yeah. So I think, like, if I were to look at my old notes, like, it was really interesting how my character and my theme kind of changed a little bit over time. Like, when in my original one, I talked yesterday about theme and how my theme had shifted from my original idea, and how it shifted from something that was like, I still had the family aspect, but themes of trust were not in the original variation. That was only in this version, the rewrite. But that became a thing because when I started to work on this rewrite, it became very apparent that my character would naturally have some trust issues because they're not used to interacting with other people. And so that kind of was something that just naturally popped up. The more I understood my character, different themes started popping up, which was really interesting. Jennifer, he teams up with someone else to prove that he's not actually to blame for what's happening. But as a person, he's a sweet little cinnamon roll. Oh, he's a cinnamon roll person. Whenever I see like anti-chosen one, I usually automatically think of like a gruff, almost tsundere character, like, I don't like you, but I'll help you, kind of like, even though that's very much a cliche, I am very happy to hear that that's not the case for yours. He's a cinnamon roll. I think there needs to be more there need to be more characters like that are put in as like the main character, because I don't think there are enough of them, especially not enough of them that are guys. And like, I've met people like that though, and I'm like, oh, like, they're never like main character energy. They're usually put as side characters. So it's cool to have someone with that personality type that finally gets to be a main character for once, instead of constantly being shoved in the back, you know? So that's awesome. That sounds really interesting. I think your story sounds interesting. I want to read it at some point. That sounds really cool. So let's see. Queuing up for another sprint here. I think our next question would be, I think I know what it's going to be. I think we're going to tackle whether or not we feel like our main character and their issues, understanding our main character better throughout rewriting and throughout revision, if that changed the theme any. So I'm going to go ahead and add to stream. We're going to do another sprint, another 25. I will see you in a bit. Sorry, I keep forgetting. I really need to be better about like knowing when it finishes up. I got sucked into a scene. Um, let's see. Jennifer, finished my scene. Oh, awesome. Yes. Yeah, I finished another scene. I'm in scene 3 now. As for the chat question, once I intended for 2 characters to get together romantically, but as soon as I got to know them better, I realized they were better as friends. Yes. Yeah. For me, I usually don't have any characters getting together at all because it's not really natural for me to do that. But I have had some characters gravitate towards each other naturally, and that was not intended. That actually happened with the story I'm writing right now. Actually, as I got to know both my main character and also one of the side characters, Kai, I realized very quickly that they were both very drawn to each other, which was not intended. They were supposed to be friends, and they were roommates. It got out of control rather quickly, and they are very naturally attracted to each other, and that ended up as part of the story, which was not initially supposed to be happening. So I kind of had the reverse situation, people who were meant to be friends, and then they ended up not being friends anymore. I mean, kind of. It's yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I have kind of the reverse situation, but I can see how that would happen for sure. My ending for my story changed quite a bit once I understood both of those characters better too, because their ending, it's not a horrible ending, but it's also not necessarily a fairy tale ending either. There's hope, but it's a little bit darker, just simply because that's just how both characters ended up due to what they all have to face, consequences for decisions. Organic friends to lovers chemistry is the best. Yeah, I did not see it coming, and it was really like, I don't know how to flirt in real life, so my characters end up not knowing how to flirt either. So if you like awkwardness with liking people but not knowing how to interact with them proper, I guess you would enjoy some of the dialogue in mine. I mean, it is cute. It's very cute, but me, I'm just like, how did this happen? But if I try to like write them not having any interest in each other, it doesn't make sense because the kinds of characters they are would be naturally drawn to each other. So, but it was not intended. That's for sure. That's for sure. I'm ace, so I don't know how to write romance at all. I have no concept. So I it I don't know how I'm doing. I look at it, I think, is this normal? Like, I don't know. I'm going off purely what I experience watching other people and being an observer, but I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm guessing. I'm guessing I'm doing this properly. I don't actually know. Okay, so let's see. I think I've got another question for the next sector coming up here. So I think we will go back in and do another round. Let's see, add to stream. And we will start another round. Try to get some more stuff done. I will see you in a wee bit, and I will make another question for chat. Sorry if you guys can hear fighting and stuff. My neighbor is very, very loud. They have 2 or 3 very loud children that are constantly screaming and banging on the walls. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Anyway, welcome back. I just realized that I needed an extra scene written in because I'm doing some expansion. So I actually had to create a brand new scene, and I'm working on that right now. So I am in scene 4 of chapter 4, and it's complete rewrite scene. So I don't have anything to work off of. I'm completely working off of just nothing. I'm just working on an original scene I'm adding in. Chat question. Okay. Chat question. I only let one person read the first novel I ever wrote because I had so much of my own teenage angst. For later novels, I've been a little bit more subtle about it. Yeah. Yeah, for me, I think it's just a lot of my issues with trust that I have with people, a lot of my issues of asking for help. Those tend to pop up as constant issues that a lot of my characters tend to have as well. So that's been a fun thing to face over and over. So yeah, I think those are things that show up quite a bit for me. That and my reluctance to indulge in like extreme emotions, which was in my video, Dear Future Me video. It is really hard for me to allow myself to feel and express emotion a lot of times. So that's been a hard thing. And as always, just as a little aside, for future people who might watch this stream, like I personally have found it really useful to be part of therapy while writing. I know that not everyone has access to it, and like do what you got to do. But if you are able to have access to therapy, I would highly recommend it. If you have characters that are going through a lot and you keep hitting walls, it's possible you're just trying to avoid something about you, and that's your brain has chosen the character as a safe way to do it. But it does mean you have to overcome something you've been avoiding. Have you ever had anyone read your novels and notice similarities? You know what? That's interesting. I haven't. I have had people read my short stories and things like that, but I've never had someone catch a similarity between my characters and me, interestingly enough. And I'm not sure if that's just because I haven't like had someone read enough of them. That I am including you asked, or short stories. I am including short stories in my brain because most of the things other people have read from me are short stories. I think only 1 or 2 people have ever read my novel drafts. So far, I haven't gotten that. Instead, what people really notice is how similar my style is to a couple other authors, but also how it's a bizarre mixture of authors you wouldn't think would be mixed. So a lot of times the comments I get, like some of the top comments I get is, you have a really unique style. I've never seen this before. Or like, I've seen bits of this, but then you do this other thing that was really like unexpected, which is a cool compliment. But also like, I haven't caught anyone like thinking that a character was really close to me, which is interesting because I feel like that all the time. I feel like a lot of the things my characters are struggling with are things that I tend to avoid. So that's kind of interesting. It's possible that the kinds of people that read my stories just don't know me personally very well. That is a possibility. Some of the people who have read my stories are people who would consider themselves to be very close to me, but I don't think they really know me as well as they think they do. So that's something. That's something. But good point. Yeah. None of my readers have noticed it yet, but then again, I haven't had a ton of people read my stuff yet. Just a few things, mostly the short stories. I haven't heavily entered like beta reading and stuff, so that's something that I am looking forward to and also terrified of, because I have no idea what to expect. It's one thing to have like a few random people read your stuff, a few of them that they like know you personally, and another thing to have someone read it with the intention of giving you feedback. There's people casually reading your stuff and people reading with intent. There's a little bit of a difference. Good question though. Good question. I think the next question I want to be asking would be tropes. So are there any tropes that you really dislike seeing in main characters? I know I definitely have a long list of ones that I very much dislike to see. I think for me, I really dislike the chosen one trope, which was one of the reasons why I was really happy to see that your main character is like the anti of that, the opposite. I find chosen one storylines to be pretty boring. I don't know. And maybe it's because it was such a favorite for a couple years there. I feel like early 90s, we had a lot, like an insane amount of stories coming out, including like movies and other media where the main character was like the chosen one thing. I mean, that was kind of the whole idea behind Star Wars prequels. Now, I will say, to give credit where it's due, those kind of turn it on its head because it turns out he wasn't, and he was a corrupt variation. So I think that was kind of cool. But like episode 1 is boring for a reason in my mind. Like, well, it's boring for lots of reasons, but one of the main ones being that pod race was too long, and 2, the whole chosen one story is kind of like, ugh. So it's just kind of dry. I think another one I really dislike is when characters are jerks, like especially main characters are jerks, and the story justifies their behavior because they had a rough childhood or something. I really hate that. I hate that in characters in general, not just with main characters, but especially in main characters because it's so in your face and obvious. I know too many people in my personal life that had horrific childhoods, like really like nightmare fueled childhoods in real life. And they are amazing people. And what that shows to me is that you choose who you become and you choose who you are today, regardless of your past. And so I try not to be mean about it, but I do have less sympathy for people who are jerks and then excuse it. Well, I've had a hard life. It's like, yeah, so have you and tons of other people. That doesn't excuse your behavior. And it's one thing, like, I did think it's a little tricky when the character is trying to learn and like they're growing, because that's a large part of what a story is a character changing and growing. But when the entire point of the character is to learn to not be a jerk, it's just, I think we talked about this yesterday. It's just kind of a boring, tired thing, you know? I don't like how often the vain, bitchy woman character shows up in fiction. I rarely meet women like them. Yeah! Okay, I don't know if you've read Savior's Champion, but definitely I feel like that happens a lot in Savior's Champion, and also, another one that has the vain, bitchy woman character archetype. Let me see if I can find it. I know I have it in here somewhere. Oh, is it in the back of my... It might be in the back. Give me a second. I don't have my books in the most organized manner. Something I need to work on. There it is. This sucker. Which I did do kind of a video on, but Iron Widow. This chunky thing is full of that archetype. So many of the women... I don't think I've ever met any of the women that are in here in real life. I know women like that exist. I'm sure, like, narcissistic people exist. I met narcissists, but like this one, like, everyone's got to be a narcissistic, horrific person, like absolutely everyone. And it's just kind of like, can we have at least one person who's not a psychopath? Thanks. Allegra, good evening. Hi, welcome in. We're talking about character things we hate. Well, originally we were talking about struggles and issues. Let me actually remove that banner because that's not the topic now. It kind of is. We're still talking about main characters. We're talking now about like tropes you really hate to see. And so we were talking about like the vain bitchy woman trope. For this one, I feel like it's kind of weird because there's like the main character is the only woke woman in the entire thing. she's the only one that's trying to free women, and all the other women that she meets, including her own like family, are like, I can understand it in her own family a little bit because abuse systems do horrible things to people, but like all the other women she meets, including the other women who are like on the front lines and stuff and are really powerful, are horrific to her simply because like, you're trying to steal my man. Like all of them are like that. All of them. And the single one that doesn't seem like that at first turns out to be like that and was just hiding it. So all of the women, every single woman in this book is against the main lead, and the main lead's the only woke woman, which seems so unlikely to me. I've never experienced that in my life where, I mean, I've definitely been in situations where I wasn't able to click with the women who worked in that place. Like I've had jobs before where I wasn't friends per se with the other women on staff, but there was always an underlying, I've got your back if something bad were to happen in this office. There's always the feeling of, if someone were to do something inappropriate in the office, you would be safe with each other. There is like this, we are women, and if there's a problem, I got your back and I would defend you against this man. There's always that feeling of that. And I've never, and granted, there are bad women out there, absolutely, but I've never experienced a world where every single woman is a horrible person to everyone else and no one is an ally to you, except two men are allies, like, but no women. It's just weird. It's weird. It's oddly misogynistic, considering that the message is supposed to be woman power. It's very misogynistic in how it actually is written, because there are no women who support her. Only men support her, which that just reeks of misogyny to me, but you know, whatever. I haven't read that book, but it's giving not. Yes, it very much is. It's like, you know, I fight for women's rights. I'm not like all these other girls that just care about their boyfriends and stuff and can't see past it. I'm different. And so are my two boyfriends. It's weird. It's weird, man. And I think the weirdest part to me is how much praise the book got. So many people like that book, and I'm like, is no one else weirded out by the fact that there are no women in this book who are supportive of each other? Like zero zip. Like, I don't, like, a lot of people are like, it's so refreshing to see a woman who's a villain. That's fine. Have more women villains that band together and be women villains together. Why can't we have that? You can have villains who are allies to each other, but bad to other people. Like, it's just weird. It's weird, man. I'm really tired of pettiness between women, especially when written just for drama. It leads to generally shallow relationships with so long. Exactly. And this is one of those things people think that when I talk about things like that book, they think, oh, well, like, I'm just glad that we have women that don't feel like they have to be good. I'm not saying you have to be a good character. You can have 2, 3 more women who are horrible people, but yet have a common ground of some form of allyship towards each other, because there's a common thread of, we are women. There is a shared experience between women that is very different than like other relationships. And the only time I meet women who don't believe that's real and stuff like that are the, I'm not like other girls kind of people who are like, they're only friends with guys and I just don't get along with other girls. And it usually is misogyny, internalized misogyny, almost like 9.9%, 9.9 out of 10 times it's misogyny. And it's sad to see, because it ends up, you know, causing a lot of unnecessary drama that just doesn't need to be there. And it doesn't help anything. Like, women are not universally good. There are bad women out there, just like women are people, and there are bad people in the world. And I fully acknowledge that. But at the same time, like, bad people also band together too. Like, they're like, narcissistic people draw people to themselves too. And I mean, their relationships are toxic, but they are relationships. Like, it's weird. The whole book is weird. I don't like it. But yeah, it's pettiness between women, especially written. Yeah, I think that's one of the major reasons why I don't like a lot of what would you call it? Soap operas. I think that's the proper term. I hated soap operas and I would never watch them. There is a addictive quality to them and how they're written. They write with a lot of mini cliffhangers and a lot of over exaggeratedness that is addictive to a lot of people, which is why people watch them. So I like don't begrudge people watching it, but like the kinds of drama that exist within them is usually very petty based. It's like, you talked to my boyfriend who I broke up with 5 months ago. It's like, yeah, you broke up. I don't get it. I truly, and this might just be me not being normal in the head, but I really don't get a lot of the nuances between like the way people see others in ownership, especially between women, as this like, why are you fighting over this guy who's an average Joe? Like I've never understood that. But once again, I think a lot of it boils down to internalized misogyny, because like, what's special about him? Mr. Joe Dirt over here. Like, who cares? I don't understand. I think I just don't understand humans sometimes. I don't get that. Toxic monogamy. I don't actually know what that refers to. It's a huge problem in soap operas. I'll have to look up that. I feel like I know that word, but I'm not positive I know that word. I want to make sure, double check that that's the word I think it is. Let me check. Oh yeah, I don't have internet on my phone, because if I turn internet off on my phone, it could interfere with the internet here. So I have to use here and click off. Let's see. Oh, I don't think I'm spelling it right. I have to look it up. Monogamy. Oh, that's why I spelled it wrong. That'd be why. Practice of marrying. The practice or state of having sexual relationship with only one partner. Oh, that is different than I thought it was. Okay, I'm glad I looked it up, because I thought it was a different word than it is. Yes. Being on only one relationship with one person, and to an amount that you can't have any relationship with other people. Which like just relationships in general and how they function is typically very toxic in soap operas. There's a lot of miscommunication. People refuse to communicate properly. There's a lot of hatred towards anything that's different. It's really gross. It's a lot of stuff too that I feel like it's normalized in soap operas, which is interesting, but like, it's not a normal aspect, as we've been talking about. Like, that's not normal. Most of us don't meet people like that in real life. Like, but when you're watching it, it's kind of brainwashy in a way, because I feel like if you were, especially if you were raised on it, if your mom watched soap operas all the time and they were always playing, I feel like you would think over time that was normal, and that a lot of people were like that, when the reality is most people are not like that. The idea that people in relationships should not have strong bonds outside of them. Yeah, that's insanely dangerous. And it's scary how common it is. And I don't know, like, I'm glad that you've brought this up, because like it feels like it's a thing that I've noticed a lot too with, and like speaking about the main topic of the video, like main characters, when I write relationships and how I see relationships reflects in my work. So for me, if two characters are together, not only are both of those characters allowed to like other characters outside of each other, but they're allowed to talk to and have relationships with those people, maybe not intimate ones, depending on the relationship they have with their interest and like where that is. But like, it's normal and healthy to have a life outside of your partner. But in my life, it has been interesting that although I don't see people quite as toxic as the ones in these books that we're talking about, I like a lot of my friends though have had a history of being in a relationship and then kind of dropping off the face of the planet because they fixate everything on the significant other. And like one time, okay, but now I'm in my 30s and my friends are getting older too. They're in their mid to late 20s. And they're still doing stuff like this every time they get into a relationship. And it's really weird to me. And I keep thinking to myself, I'm like, this isn't normal, right? Like, people shouldn't be doing this. But like, I saw a post on social media a while ago where someone was asking, like, if their significant other were to call them in the meeting, in the middle of them hanging out with a friend, and their significant other said, "Oh, I really miss you, babe. Can you come home?" They would just rush home. They would just ditch their friend and rush home, because to them, their significant other is always priority. And when I heard that, I was like, that sounds toxic to me. And I checked the comments, and oh my gosh, the split in the comments between people who are like, "Oh, absolutely, bae comes first no matter what," versus the people who are like, "That kind of sounds messed up and like really over reliant on your partner and toxic." But there are so many people in support of that idea, and it's really weird to me. It's like, yes, of course, an emergency situation. If I had a significant other and they called me being like, "I'm in the hospital, I'm really scared, I got in a car accident, can you please, like, I need you here, I'm really scared," I'd be like, "Absolutely, hang on." And I'd tell my friend the emergency, and my friend would probably agree and be like, "Oh yeah, go, 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 go." Like, that's one thing, but like, just someone calling you and being like, "I miss you, can you come home early?" Like, it's weird. Because for me, when I have like I've never been in a romantic relationship, so I'm speaking out my butt at this point, but like, when I have friends and they have friends, I'm genuinely happy that they have fun hanging out with other people that aren't me. Like, I don't own people. I don't know, it's weird. Like, the whole ownership thing is really strange. I don't. So yeah, it's a good point you're bringing up. And I think when it comes to main characters, like the whole possessiveness, like I would like to see something like that. Like, if a character starts out possessive, they learn to not be that way. But more often than not, it's seen as like almost a good, like it's seen as a good thing in these main characters. Like, "Oh, he's so possessive over me." But I'm like, that's such a turnoff for me. I'm seeing so many red flags, a parade of red flags dancing across my vision. I'm like, just run. Just run. You should not be possessing other people like that. It's so scary and toxic. Like you said, very, very toxic. So yeah, good point. Good point. So that's definitely a trope that I dislike seeing in main characters, is when they're possessive over their significant others. I almost never see it handled in a way of, this is a flaw of the character that they need change. Instead, it's always seen as like kind of a cute thing of like, "Oh, they love them so much." And it's like, that doesn't seem safe. That doesn't seem safe at all. Jennifer, the trope of realizing you're attracted to someone only because you get jealous when they see them with someone else. Not, yes. Oh my gosh, until you stated that, I hadn't realized, but now I'm like, in my head, I'm seeing so many book titles flash across my eyes that do that. Realizing you're attracted to someone only because you get jealous when you see them with someone else. See, my favorite one, like, this is the one we all hate, but the one that's amazing and I love every time and isn't used enough, is the slow realization during a normal everyday event, when the person just looks up, sees their significant other or like love interest, doing something very mundane, like reading a book or like picking up a cat toy from under the couch, and just think to themselves, "Oh God, I'm in love with this person." Like that's very gentle realization out of absolutely nowhere of, "I've fallen in love with this person." Oh no. Like, that is so underrated. And I love that because I feel like that's more realistic. Like, it's usually like this very slow, gradual thing where this person is just worked into your life and you haven't even realized how important they are to you until they're doing something super mundane and normal and average. And you just think, "I'm in love with this person." And I have no problem spending the rest of my life around this person. In fact, that sounds very, very nice. Like that very slow, gentle realization that you love them. Like that's so underused, and it's so nice, and it's such a good alternative to this, where it's like you get jealous and you're like, "That's why I love you, because I want you for myself." Like, ooh, nope. Nope. Hi, Megan. Hello. We're talking about tropes from characters that we hate, and also ones that we really enjoy and wish we saw more. We're talking about romantic ones that we see right now. Allegra, that is such a wonderful trope. Gentle love that grows a soapy. Yes. And it seems to be like, that seems to be like, whenever I meet people who have been a couple for a really long time, that's the common thread. And yes, they might have a stronger initial spark of being attracted to somebody, but the moment they realize they're in love with that person, that it's not just like a general attraction, but they actually want to spend the rest of their life with them, usually the common thread I see is that it's a very like gentle, normal, everyday thing. And they just realize one day, I always want to be around this person. And that would be a great way to live the rest of my life and die, is just being around this person for the rest of my existence. It's like, it's a very gentle kind of realization. And that seems to be a common thread amongst everyone I know who's been in a relationship long term. Like we're talking a decade plus of being in a relationship. That seems to be a common thread. It's just, there's no anxiety about it either. The only anxiety is realizing that you're further in than you initially thought. And you're like, how long have I been feeling this? I'm like, that's the only anxiety, is like, wait, how long have I been in love? And you not being able to know. But it's not like, you're not scared. It's not like a scary, horrible thing. It's a very gentle flow. There's no fear or butterflies or anything. It's very much, I would love to be with this person for the rest of my life. It's very gentle. Or accidentally bumping into someone in a crowd and they pass you their number. I haven't seen that before. Granted, I don't read a lot of romance. And I think the reason for it is because a lot of them contain those really toxic tropes of jealousy and ownership. And so that's why I don't read a lot of romance, because usually it's toxic as hell. I asked my now boyfriend what seminola is. So he dropped some on the floor and skidded across it to prove it's useful to stop things from sticking. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's a powder. That's when I knew. That's interesting. That's kind of cute too, because like he was just showing you what something was instead of like explaining and lecturing to you. He just like gave you an example. That's pretty cool. That's sweet. That's cute. Megan saw it in a movie. Oh wow, cool. Not a book story. Yeah, I don't want, to be fair, I don't watch very much. I think the only romances I've ever watched are because one or two of my friends back in the States really likes rom-coms. So I would watch with them. Mostly I just yell at the screen, which they found very funny, but I would yell at the screen because I got frustrated. I'd be just like, just talk like a normal person would. It's very frustrating to me. It's like flower. Oh, interesting. It's maybe a different kind of flower. It sounds familiar. I've seen that somewhere before, but I can't place the ingredient or where I've seen it. Okay, so hi guys. Hey Megan and Allegra. We are going to, I think, because we've been talking for a little while now. This was a nice break. But I think we need to go back to sprints. Let me go ahead and check off some stuff real quick. Trying to keep up with everything. Day three. Okay, cool. I'm trying to keep track of everyone joining so I can make sure to give credit at the very end of the event for everyone who showed up. So I'm trying to keep track of everything. Okay, I think I will come up with another question for chat, and we are going to do another 25-minute stream. Let's see, what question should I do for chat? I had something written down. Oh, have you ever written an MC that was way out of your wheelhouse, way out of your comfort zone? That's an interesting question. So we are going to go ahead and do another sprint, and you can answer that question whenever you please, and I will be back in 25. Okay, hi, welcome back. We had some other comments right before we left. Writers got it right, and back to my increasingly intense and emotionally brutal chapter. Oh, that's not a good sign. No, no. Well, maybe it is a good sign, depending on where in the book you are. That could be a very good thing from a writing perspective, but the characters probably aren't loving this too much. But I know the feeling because I am at a place in my book where I'm in now, starting chapter 5. Yeah, we're making it. Scene 1, chapter 5, which is another new scene that I have to write. And they're in kind of a stable-like area. It's not a full stable because it's a traveling group, so it's more of a giant tent. But it's got my main character and an ally are in there, and they need to get out, but the beast from before is back. And the only reason it hasn't smelled where they are is because they're with the horse, and the horse smells so strongly that it can't find them. So now the smart idea, in order for them to get out, is going to cover themselves in horse shit, essentially. So the main character needs to be convinced to do that. They're not overly fond of the idea, which is understandable. So that's where I am in my story right now. How y'all doing after the sprint, after the 25-minute sprint? I hope you guys were able to get some progress going there. Our banner for our little question banner is, have you ever written any main character that was out of your comfort zone? I know I definitely have, but it's only happened once or twice. They've all been short stories. One of it was two of them were short stories for college courses. They were horrible. Both of which are never going to see the light of day. So yeah, I'm never going to release those stories. I'm never even going to fix them up. They can die. But I didn't enjoy either one of them. I think there are spaces where going against the grain and going against your comfort zone can be a good learning experience, but there are some where it doesn't hit right. And for me, it doesn't hit right. For me, I think the only novel project I have that's a little out of my comfort zone would be my Grimmspark project. Grimmspark has been tabled for a couple years. The world, it's actually the biggest world I've built. And it's really interesting. And I think it's really cool and amazing. And it's huge. And some of my short stories are actually in the same universe, but they're just short stories. So they have nothing to do with the main cast because it's huge, massive, massive world. But honestly, I have a hard time connecting to the main lead character. I feel like it's not necessarily the character that's the problem. It's me. It's hard for me to identify. It's very, very out of my comfort zone. It's something I still want to write and I still think needs to be written, but I don't think the timing is right for it. I don't think this is the right time. Hey, Ruth. Allegra, very few words, but important ones. Yes, I'm glad. Yeah, I feel that sometimes I don't have a ton of words going on, but they were ones that I had to get out for the characters. It's a harder scenes to write, but they're important scenes. So for sure. I understand that one. But yeah, what about you guys? Have you guys ever written or had a main character that wasn't what you were used to, and you weren't used to writing a character like that, and you either had to stop or you had to completely rework it? What happened with that? For me, most of the projects have been tabled. Most of them won't be finished. Most of them won't get completed. They're just dead. There's one project that I do want to eventually return to. I just feel it's the wrong time. I'm curious if you guys have a similar experience or not. I'm curious to know. Book Dragon's Nest. Oh, hello, Book Dragon's Nest. The characters I struggle with tend to be really outgoing. I'm heavily introverted, so the extroverted characters wear me out. That's like actually a good point. I don't know if I've ever written too many like overly extroverted characters. That's a good point. I probably should. I should probably give that a go because I don't think I've done that. But good point. That's definitely a good one. I haven't really done that yet. Ooh, are you in my notebook? Dragon's Nest. Is this your first time on the 7-day stream? I don't know if you're on here. Oh, it might be. I feel like I saw you on day 1, but I can't be positive. I'm gonna have to go back to that. I'm trying to keep track of everyone's like goals and stuff and how they're doing. So go ahead and let me know what you're working on. Book Dragon's Nest. Day 3. All right. You. Allegra. Oh, Allegra had answered as well. Comfort zones are so strange because the moment you do the work and do the writing, comfort zones tend to expand, at least for me. Yes. And that's the thing. I keep feeling like if I write it enough, I'm going to figure out that one character from Grimspark. And I was starting to figure out that character because I got, oh, this is a painful one. I had gotten 3/4 done. I had gotten 40,000 words written when I realized the story was reaching a dead end and I went in the wrong direction. I ended up having to go back. So I went backwards all the way to, I think, the 1,000 or 2,000 word mark. Yeah, that many words just jumped. And then I had to start over. The second round was a lot better, a lot cleaner. And I started to get to know my character a little bit. I would say about 1/3 through the book. But I felt like the timing was wrong. Like I just felt like I wasn't ready to write that book. I'm not sure how to explain it. I just felt like I was ill prepared for it. So I ended up pulling back. And it's just sat there for a couple years in that state. So I'm hoping to go back to it eventually, but I don't know. Jennifer, I find it difficult to write characters that are very different to me. They need something that I can relate to. Yeah. And that's understandable. And I think that's why you kind of have to write them for a while. I think what Allegra was talking about, write them for a while, because you probably will find that bit that relates directly to you somewhere in that character. It just might take a while. But I'd like to get better. Yeah, same. Yep, finally made it. Oh, okay, so this is your first day. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. The hardest of my POVs to write are the very physical ones. A disabled person, it's hard to picture myself in the mind of someone who moves without fear. Yeah. For me, like, I'm not sure. I think it's anything like that's really different from your own experience. Like someone was saying before, like I'm introverted, so a really extroverted person is difficult. My characters tend to be my height or short, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not super good at imagining what it's like to be a tall person. I just realized that just now. That's not very fair. I should probably write some tall characters into my books that aren't just villains. I'm just now realizing a lot of my villains tend to be tall. That's not intentional. Oh, I feel bad now. Oh, I'm going to have to fix that. I will fix that. That's not fair. I will fix that. Tall people aren't evil. I have tall friends. I can't imagine being tall very often. I do have 1 or 2 side characters that are tall, not come to think of it, and they're fine. But they're not super tall. That's a thing I need to be careful of. I feel like a lot of times when I write really tall characters, they tend to be pushed off as villains, which is not good. That's bad. Should not do that. And I'm doing heavy revisions right now. It's a nice break. Yes. Revisions. A lot of us are doing revisions right now. Oh, Haley, heading to bed now for early morning flights. Leaving a like. Everyone make friends with the like button. Oh, yes. Yeah, please remember to hit the like button. It helps this kind of stuff show up in algorithms and feeds. Even if you follow me, sometimes my stuff won't show up in feeds unless you start liking and interacting with the content. That's when the algorithm starts actually showing my content more regularly. So please do so if you haven't already. Thank you so much. And have a nice sleep, Haley. Good luck on your flight. I hope you have a lovely flight tomorrow. Jennifer, tall people are people too, right? And I know this. Like my dad's really tall. One of my coworkers, he is insanely tall guy, and he's one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. So like, yeah, I definitely need to fix that. I'm not sure why that's written in my work, but I'm just realizing right now that I definitely have that in my work. That should not be a thing. Allegra, I'm off for the night. Happy writing. Oh, good night. Have a good rest. Good job on getting some of the harder scenes written. That's hard to do. Healy, love that. That's crazy. I'll have to think about height in my next revision. You know what? I wonder if it's something that just subconsciously, if you're short, you tend to do that because of tall envy. I don't know. I don't know if I even labeled height. It depends on the character. Sometimes I'll note, like, I won't give exact heights, but just whether or not they're like really tall or if they're super short or something like that, I might mention it. Night, Jennifer. I was kidding, by the way. Now it's okay. It's okay. No, like it is something to be mindful of because it seems like it's not that big of a deal. But I know some people who are tall that feel like they're intimidated because they do kind of get villainized a bit. So that is an actual thing that happens that shouldn't be happening. So it is something to be mindful of. Is it the most important thing ever? Probably not, but you know. Megan, main character is a demonly possessed woman that does some pretty terrible things to people. Yeah, having main characters who are villains, that's definitely a really hard story to write, I feel. I think it's really hard to write those kinds of stories for sure. Just writing down notes of everyone who's here. Megan, D3. Okay. I think we're good. I think I've got everyone written down on my list of people who showed up today. Yeah, that would be hard to write. And that's the thing, like one of the character that I have a hard time writing, but I do want to write is actually a villain-like character. But they become a non-villain character, but it's a journey. And it's hard because I have to get into the mindset of someone who does not care about someone else's existence. They care about their own first and foremost. And that's kind of hard for me to, it's hard for me to see that because I'm someone who thinks about every consequence of my actions before I do it. And I'm a very anxious ridden person. So putting myself in the mindset of someone who does not think like that, who just acts and deals with consequences later is kind of rough because he's a very impulsive kind of character. And it's hard for me to identify with that for sure. Okay, so we are going to do another 25 minutes. So I hope y'all ready. Let me know how you're doing in your project, by the way. I'm curious how you guys are doing. And I am at the very beginning of chapter 5, and I got to convince my character to hide their scent from a villain character by covering themselves in literal horseshit. So this will be interesting. Let's see if I can make it work. I will see you guys in 25. Okay, we are back. Hi. If you saw my face look weird, more pounding on the wall from the children having temper tantrums next door. It happens a lot here. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. RA whistles. Hi. Good afternoon. Indeed, indeed. We're doing well. I just finished up. Well, not finished, but I'm near the end of scene 2 for chapter 5. So I'm doing pretty well, actually. How are you guys doing? How was that sprint for you? Revision. How's that sprint for y'alls? Were you able to get stuff done? Our question for now for this section is how much of your MC's relationships with other characters are pre-planned and how much ends up being organic. I think for me, most of my relationships between characters are pretty organic. I would say there's only like 1 or 2 instances in which a character, I didn't anticipate too much of the relationship. I just kind of knew that what they're associated to the main character by. Like, oh, they've known the main character since childhood, so they're on pretty good terms. Or I might designate a character as, oh, this is a best friend of the main character. But how the relationship ends up actually sounding in the tone of the book, how they speak to each other and stuff, that's usually very unplanned. And I usually just kind of rate the characters and kind of see how they naturally seem to interact. It usually shocks me more often than not. I usually can't anticipate exactly how the tonality will be until I start writing. Nice progress. I've managed to get to page 54 of 87 since yesterday. Been working hard whilst I can. Awesome. That's some good progress. That's really good. That's excellent. And then Book Dragon, I've got another chapter down. I'm hunting fluff words. Hunting. Oh, I thought you were talking about like fluff in terms of like cute words. And I was like, why are you hunting cute words? Like fluffy words. And then I was like, I realized what you're talking about. You're talking about words that you don't need. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm so early in the revision process that I'm taking care of like whether characters drop off the face of the map or not. I haven't even addressed the fluff stuff yet. Like getting rid of unnecessary words. Like every once in a while, I'll get rid of something because I think, oh, I don't know that need that. But it's not what I'm fixated on right now because I'm too early in the revision process. But yeah, further down the line, that's definitely something you have to look at as you get closer to a more finalized draft. I'm not there yet. I'm at the early stages. I'm in the painful part of making sure all of my people are where they need to be and that the story is progressing properly. I think the only, I'm trying to think of the relationship, if I pre-planned any relationships like really exact. I think the only one I planned pretty exact for in the current book that I'm working on would have been the relationship with the stepmother. I thought I knew what I wanted out of that relationship. I thought I knew how that was going to work. And then the rest of the book happened and it changed. So, yeah. Also, I thought the relationship between the main character and Kai, which ended up being the romantic lead, was just going to be just friends. And they were friends. That did not pan out the way I thought it was going to. They ended up falling in love, and that was not planned for. And I don't know how to handle that because I don't know how to write romance. So it's been a trip. All right, for me, relationships between characters is organic. Sounds similar to the way you set up. If you are fleshed out enough, they can really surprise me. Yeah. Some of the dynamic, like they make sense when I start writing and when I get further and further in, because a lot of how the characters interact depends on how the characters are as individuals. And that then tells me how they're likely to interact based on their personal goals and experiences. So usually the better I get to know my individual characters, the more interesting the interaction between those characters are, because they're more unique individuals coming together for conversations, and that tends to be really interesting. But I will say that it can be tricky, especially in the start. I have a feeling that one or two of the new scenes I just wrote might need to be messed with a little bit because of that, because of the character progression and stuff. But yeah, I usually start out with a very general idea about what the characters are to each other, but exactly how it ends up is usually really shocking. Like, I had two characters in a short story that I'm like, oh, they're just friends. They both go to, like, you know, junior high together. They just started junior high. They were friends since like early middle school, and they're pretty young, you know, but then I thought that they were just like really good friends, and one was just a little headstrong. But then as I was writing the dynamic, I realized that the headstrong character is kind of annoying, and the other very quiet character kind of freaking hates her guts a little bit on the down low. And I was like, oh, this was not what I expected to write. So it was an interesting dynamic, but like because they were friends, but they were also like like one of them was very irritated at the other and had been suppressing it intentionally, but was like getting really fed up with her shit. And it was very interesting to see that, because I did not write it to be that way initially. It just kind of ended up organically happening because their personality types were so different to the point of it causing tension and problems. So that was really interesting. So yeah, I think we are going to gear up for another round of it. So I think we're getting ready for another one. Add this to stream. And we are going to do another. Ooh, real quick. We have another one. My process is the same. Book Dragon. My process is the same. I tend to have a goal of where I want a relationship to go, but I also like to let them go where they will and adapt accordingly. It seems to be the best thing to do. That I think that's one of the reasons why really hardcore outlining has always been difficult for me, because I've never understood how people heavily outline something like relationship dynamics, because to me a lot of times it's very organic as the story progresses, and because it's organic it changes the flow of the rest of the outline. So I've never been able to keep to good outlines because my characters will change it over time. So I've never been able to really keep to a really hardcore outline because of the character dynamics. All right, I started writing this novella as primarily a character study of the MC. He's surprised me with the ways he's developed relationships in this work in progress. Yeah, that's really interesting. If you have a character and you just like write something based on a character you want to explore, and the world and everything else is just really a backdrop for you to explore one singular character. I've done that with a couple short stories before, and it's always very interesting. It never ends up where I expect it to, ever. So it's pretty fun. All right, so we are going to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and change the banner real quick. Okay, so I'll think of a question to put in the chat, but we are going to go ahead and do another 25 minutes, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, and we're back. How did that stream little sprint thingy go for y'all? I am in scene 3 now of chapter 5, which is slow, but a lot of it's new content. So I'm actually having to rewrite this entire like chase and hunt scene between some villain characters and the main character. So considering that a lot of this is being rewritten entirely, that makes sense that it's a little slower. I do think it's funny. Like I have some notes that I was like, I just highlighted chase scene needed because I wrote out the villain comes out of nowhere like a freaking locomotive. Locomotive of I know, like, what are you doing? So clearly I need a more elongated chase scene because that happened a little too quickly. So I'm having to write a lot of extra scenes, chase scenes now. So I'm in the middle of that. Going on to the chat question. Have you ever realized that you were writing the wrong character as the main character and that one of the side characters would be better? So this has happened to me. So far, it's mostly short stories. But one of my older full novel drafts, which will need a complete rewrite, just like this one was a complete rewrite from start to finish, I feel like that other one will be. And that other one might also need a character shift. So actually, I might need to have a different character as the main character. I actually think I might have the wrong character as the lead. I think one of the little girls in the palace, actually, it's a fantasy book. And I think one of the little girls actually should be the lead. I don't think it should be the teacher that they end up hiring and ends up kind of starting a revolution by accident. I think it actually needs to be the child. And I have not written from a child's perspective in quite a while, so it would be very interesting, but I think I would need a shift for that one. RA says this scene is taking a lot of work. It's an aftermath scene and needs extensive rewrites to make reasons clear before the next death and destruction scene. Ooh, aftermath scenes. Yeah, I just got through that in the last stream because I had a character get injured and I had to deal with that a little bit. Speaking of, though, I haven't had the character. I mean, it's a very small injury. It was more like a nick, but it did cause like a little bit of hallucination going on for a while there. But this hallucination is going to be coming back, so like, and I haven't addressed it for a wee bit, but it will be addressed soon. So I might need to go back and address it somewhere as mentioned, though, just so people don't forget. I don't know. Like sometimes I'm never clear. Like, how much should I mention this one thing? How often should I mention it? The book dragon, I haven't, but I have had to sit down and figure out why the MC was the MC. Yes, which is always a good exercise to do, even though sometimes it's a wee bit boring because you feel like you're not getting anywhere because you're just sitting there thinking out why, which never ends up in the book, but it's good for you to know. Jennifer, I'm too much of an outliner to completely swap MCs, but I often been surprised by which characters become my favorite. Yes, I am not an outliner. I do need to get in the habit of outlining more. I think it does help. Like when I do decide to write out exactly the things I need to hit, it's a lot faster to actually do the writing. When I take the time to plan, it's good. But a lot of my earlier work was just flying by the seat of my pants. And as such, there have been 1 or 2 cases where I felt like I might have chosen the wrong MC. It's not often, thank goodness, but it has happened. RA, for a while I was wondering if I was doing the wrong MC with this novella, but I realized I just had not given them enough agency to justify their perspective. It's all in the rewrites. True. Like I think one of the things that comes to mind in pop culture, because a lot of people have mentioned this, is the Twilight book series. Cringy, I know, but like everyone knows it. And a lot of people always say things like, oh, it would have been more interesting from Alice's perspective or literally any other character. But I think the real problem is that the characters aren't allowed to be full characters. At least the two mains aren't. Whereas the side characters are allowed to be more full characters because they're not forced into a relationship and a relationship story. Like, why does Bella like Edward? Like, truly, deeply, truly, madly, deeply, why? He certainly doesn't give her any reason to like him. From why I mean, I haven't read the book. I've read excerpts, but I did watch the movies because Mystery Science Theater 3000, the people behind it, they do a thing called Riff Tracks. If you guys are ever curious, if you like listening to funny commentary, and they did commentary on the first couple movies, which is gut-bustingly funny. High recommend. But I watched the movies with the commentary, and what? And I'm glad I did, because it's like, it's good to know for cultural reference, because Twilight was big culturally and kind of brought vampires back to the forefront of popularity again in the more recent years. They've kind of gone down in popularity again for the exact same reason. So pluses and minuses, I guess. But yeah, a lot of people think that it would have been better if it was written from someone else's perspective. But like you just mentioned, it might just be like skill of the author, because in a way, how deeply you allow your characters to be who they are might be the key, because I wonder how different that series would have been if Bella was allowed to not just be some average Joe character who everyone else thought was pretty, but she never believed she was pretty. Instead of trying to be an everyday pair of jeans that anyone can put on, if instead she was a real character with real aspirations, and running into vampires derails her entire future, like that would have been a more interesting book. And then she gets like really mad at vampires for pretty much messing up her whole life and existence. That would have been more interesting. Never read them, but to me that sounds like the character was sacrificed over the plot altar. Yes. And I feel like this happens a lot with romances and things like that, because again, it's all about like forcing two characters together. But when you actually stand back and look at the relationship, it either doesn't exist or it's insanely toxic. Because once again, like the overprotective tropes and things like that we discussed before are just god awful. Interview with a Vampire. Okay, this is the weird thing. I have not read a single Anne Rice work. I haven't done it. I do want to, just so again, it's good to know culturally, because it did make a big difference. Like, Interview with a Vampire kind of brought vampires to the forefront. I believe that was late 80s and early 90s era. There was a set amount of time when it came around. And I think Interview with a Vampire was the thing that did it. And then it died off for a while. Died. And then it came back because of Twilight was the new variation of it. Interview with a Vampire, I do want to read it eventually. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's funny because a lot of people say that my writing reminds them a bit of Anne Rice's earlier work, like Interview with a Vampire. They say it's like a weird mix of that and sci-fi works, like Ray Bradbury, which I'm very, like, it's a nice compliment, but I don't know Anne Rice's writing. So I can never say, like, when people are like, oh, your writing kind of reminds me of hers, I'm like, I don't know what it's like, so I couldn't say. I've heard that at the very least her writing's decent, at least for the first book. I don't know very much beyond that, because I believe there are other books outside of Interview with the Vampire, but I don't hear about those as much. I've only heard really about Interview with the Vampire. So, okay. Good talk. Let's see. What's another question I want to ask? I need to think of another one. I'll think of something. Anyway, we should do another sprint, because we're coming up to our time when we would be saying goodbye. So I want to do another sprint. I'm wondering if we can do 2 more sprints. Maybe. What do y'all think? Should we do just 1 more sprint or 2? I'll get another sprint going, and we can decide if we want to do 1 or 2 more sprints over this next bit part. Because I think I have enough time on my account that I could do 2 sprints if we wanted to. RA says, I do not recommend Anne Rice for enjoyment, but she is a decent writer. Her witch book is good for memory, but long. That is one of the things, like, I think that's one of the reasons I haven't actually started her books, because they're long. It also reminds me, like, I have a book over here. Let me grab it real quick. and show you because it's big. Ugh. This chonky boy right here. This is a Margaret Atwood book, Blind Assassin. I have been meaning to read this for a very, very, very long time. I never get around to reading it because it's huge. It's very intimidating looking. So I don't have a lot of time to read. So it's hard to commit to books that are that chunky. It really is. All right, I'm good. It's only 2 p.m. for me. And I can stick around for only one more. Okay. Okay. So I'll ask the question for more people if more people in the chat want to answer if they want one or two. But for now, we'll go ahead and get started on the next one. So we can at the very least cram another one in for Book Dragon. At the very least. So let's go ahead and get that going. 25 minutes, people. And think about if you guys want a second one, let me know in the comments. Hello. Welcome back. Ugh. How was it? I think that might be our last one today. Simply because, well, maybe not. Maybe we can do one more. I am hungry, but maybe we can squeeze one more in. At least I could. But a chat question. Was the place your MC landed at the end of your work really different from how you initially envisioned? Did it change how you feel about the character? For me, yes. My main character was initially supposed to, like, anxiety was supposed to be like a major element of their story. But by the time I finished the book, I realized that it was trust in other people was the anxiety, not anxiety in and of itself. My character actually doesn't have an anxiety disorder. It was actually just simply because they don't trust people very easily because of some of the stuff they've gone through. So that it shifted how I saw the character at the very end, for sure. Looks like RA, I'm like that with a couple books. I recently got my friend's new release, but it's a chunkier one, so time. Yeah. When it's really, really big, it's harder to commit to it because it's just too massive of a tome. Starting books that big is a commitment, a hardcore commitment. So, yes. It's hard to dedicate the time to those bigger books, the bigger works. For sure. I've got quite a few of them, unfortunately. I'm sure I'll like them. I've got some really good books, but I just haven't got into them. I think that's like we were talking like earlier in the week. I think it was the first day with Haley, how I mentioned how it's hard for me to gauge where I am in ebooks. And in some ways, it's a good thing because I can't get intimidated by chalky books because I can't figure out that they're chalky because it's an ebook. So it's in these percentiles, so I can never gauge how long or short it is. So I'm either really surprised by how short it is, or I'm going and I'm like, I'm still on 6%. I swear I've turned like 10 pages. So yeah, I usually don't find out until it's too late when I'm doing ebooks. But I guess that's a good thing in some ways because I'm not intimidated. I just start a book. Okay. So yeah, I think I am going to go ahead and do one more sprint. So I believe Book Dragon, you can't handle another sprint. I think this was the end for you, and that's okay. I will see you next time, maybe. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. But we are going to do one last sprint before I close it off for today, which will be the longest that we've gone. But I think I've got one more sprint in me. Just bear. I'm getting hungry though, so I can't go past one more, but we can try one more. All right, where my MC ended up wasn't the surprise this time around. It was how they got there. I think I like him more now. I was having trouble engaging with writing him during the first draft. Interesting. I think we as authors also sometimes grow. And like I said about like Grimmspark, I just don't think it's the right time for me to write it. But I do think the character has a place. I think sometimes like as we get better and better at like discovering our world and our characters, even if it's only a couple months, by the time we reach the end, sometimes we're just in a better headspace to accept our characters. And because we change too as we go on. So sometimes that's what works. Book Dragon, kind of. I had a character dealing with a severe bout of depression, not clinical. And when he finally worked through it, his actual personality was different than I'd expected. It was interesting. That's so cool. Again, like that's just like we kind of grow with our characters, and as you keep playing with them, sometimes you just kind of find the voice after a while. I feel like that's probably going to happen more if I write more and more of the Grimmspark, but it's a different project. Book Dragon's Nest, and yep, I'll try to make it back tomorrow. Have fun. Awesome. We will see you tomorrow, Book Dragon. You have a lovely evening or morning, whatever time zone you are in. RA. Can't agree with that. My skills have also grown. Yes. Yeah. It always concerns me when I see someone who like they kind of brag about how, oh, I write people say I write the same way as when I did when I was 16. I must have been so talented at 16. And I'm like, differences between a 16-year-old and a later 20-year-old should be huge with writing. You should not be writing the exact same content as a 25-year-old that you were writing when you were 16. That's a red flag. It's not something to be proud of. That it does not mean, I mean, maybe you might have been a talented 16-year-old, but you should be triple, quadruple the talent now that you've had a couple years under your belt of practice, right? It's always weird to me when I see people brag about that. I don't think it's a bragging point. I don't think that's good. Okay, we are going to go for one more sprint. One more round. Add to stream. One last one, and then I'm gonna eat. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to duck out for food. One more round and 25. I will see you in 25, guys. All right, and we back. I believe I missed comments. RA, and here I am wanting to burn all the content I wrote at 16. 25 years ago. Yeah, I know. When I was young, oh, I've got some scripts that they're never going to see the light of day. And that's a good thing. The world's bad, but it doesn't deserve some things. And there are definitely some old scripts of mine that should never, ever, ever be released. So I feel you on that one. So yeah, that was it. That was the last little sprint. I was able to get down to scene 2 of chapter 6. So that is quite a bit of progress. I'm pretty happy with that, especially considering how much new content I had to write this time. I wrote a lot of new content today. So that was a lot. I think I wrote 3 or 4 brand new scenes that didn't exist in the original but needed to bridge stuff over. So it's looking a lot better. It's looking significantly better than draft 1. So we're getting there for sure. All right, thanks for the stream. Got a bit done on this scene. It needs a lot of work. Probably won't be joining any more streams after today. Childcare days are gone. Good luck with the editing. Thank you so much. It was so good to have you, though. And best of luck with your kiddos for the next couple days. I hope you have calm days at home. I wish you calm days at your house. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. And I'll see you whenever I see you at some point on my channel. But thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, I've only got 31 pages left. Ooh, nice. You're nearing the end. Awesome. Yeah, good luck on those 31 pages for sure. But thank you so much for joining me. And with that, we are going to go ahead and close down. Oh, wait, let me just still trying to figure out how to switch between all of the different. Oh, there's a banner still up. We'll go close the banner. Boop. Okay, thank you guys so much for everything. Please remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you next time whenever that is. Bye.